I hope you're excited. It is time to play Bnui Fantasy 14. Yesterday, we were raiding, and we did finally clear the final Savage raid of the current year. Took us way too long for comfort. Mostly because of scheduling issues. But we finally cleared it. Woo! Real. Gotta read him. Huh. Pleasure's always, Rain. You'll be escorting the commander to Uldar, I take it. Actually, I had another task in mind for them. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for their benefit. Right then. Me and mine have making inquiries to the source of the weapons what found their way into the refugee hands ways back. Well, so happens we caught wind of something promising. A large purchase at sharp and pointy things back at the Black Marketeer hold up in Highbridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind the merchant what caught an arrow with talking to Rain. Don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, it might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the Black Marketeer as well as his clients. What do you say? Then it's settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge and intervene with when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave Uldar. Expect good tidings. Interesting. The tables are turning. On Telegia Delegi's little scheme, it seems. Alright, that's Crystal Tower. High Bridge, over there. Alright. Let's go. So... Ilbed. Ah, Rain. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer. It would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath man of your standing. In commander level, you needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. That's so, Mr. Bird. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Rain. Most curious, I would say. Illbird. I spare the one man, but there's sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the center and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Hello. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damn fool. You should have never come here. Oh no. Whatever would I do? Oh no. You're banning. How horrible. Oh no, more. More. More and yet more, it seems. Interesting. Well then. A cutscene? I don't understand. What's all this about? Ah! Huh? What happened? Are you okay, random black market vendor person? As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out, but before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard, and to bring in an experienced recruit. Commander level here will be most disappointed. So there's a problem with your story, Sir Ilbad. You are the only person here. Damn it all, a golden opportunity, wasted. Oh, as for the clients. Something. Would what we could have enlisted the aid of immortal flames to the brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them, and they are in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Even that accomplishment is lacking. For the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. There's some sussiness going on here. So, he said that there was a recruit. But there was no one else here. And, like, there isn't exactly a lot of way to get around here. You can go there. But this doesn't connect back up to where we started cornering the people. Like, unless you're telling me that your recruit fled the scene through an Amaljar encampment, like a fucking idiot. I don't buy your story, Ilbert. Why did you kill this man? Good sir. I will join the first in the hunt for the Duskrite sellswords. If the gods are good, then we'll catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask you that you deliver these weapons to Uldar in my stead. And trust them to the third, Yuhase. He will take care of the rest. This is sus. This is very sus. This is sussy indeed. Sussy baka, in fact. You could almost say. Da-da. Oh, whoopsies. I meant to mute myself there. Ah! I am snacking, but I'm also messing things up. Help. Okay, that's a long way. I don't want to fly all that. Time to teleport. So where is he? Oh. Okay. So Gladiator Guild then. Okay. And then over there. Okay. Good old Colosseum. And somewhere here? Ah, yes. Here. Good. Ah, the Warrior of Light, a reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Kurthas. Now, what brings you to us this day? Uh-huh. Weapons. A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Albert, you say? Understood. Once we've catalogued the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be anything, can it? Rael stated that with confidence that there would be far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly, Rael isn't familiar with the ways of Uldan merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be grateful that this information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. No, I trust Rael. Well, it is still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, you've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Galleons up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the fourth to earn their keep, eh? Well, fight well, Alien. For the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the immortal flames will hear of your contribution until we meet again. Where did you put that? Rain, a word, if it pleases you. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time. Don't you worry. Phoenix! Hi! How you doing? How's stuff? How is work treating you? If my time isn't completely off, you should still be working right now, right? Unless your shift changed. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than market for privacy, find. All the hustle and the bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. What's with the gun? Oh fuck, my chat is an emote only. I didn't notice. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. I hope it's not in sub only. I didn't notice. Hi, how you doing? I get to the point. The Berlin Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything, leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. These dusk whites they were chasing. Latest word is that lost the trail. But you never saw them yourself, not before the fighting started and not after? Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. Mmm. Your own house, nice. Is it comfy? Oh, more of a night shift, I see. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts about our information was reliable. But damn it, I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's book, I had to follow a transaction back to its source. There are plenty of that when back at the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we were taking guild from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I have a lot on me these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Yeah. Rain, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me soon as you're able. So yeah, I'm just replaying the story very casually right now. Because I want to. I know. Amazing reason. But yeah, there's a lot of game. There's a lot of game. It's not grind as much as it is just playing the story for like 100 hours. Like the items are like fine. But yeah. There's a lot of stuff now. Thank you for coming so quickly, Rain. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. Most a determined lady by all indications. Our guest of the antecedent. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? But yeah, so, this is, indeed, a lot of game. Not like Destiny, where they keep deleting stuff. This game is almost all there. 1.0 isn't in the game, but it never was, so, like, you know? Go here, talk, go here, talk, go here, talk, go here, talk, 10-second find, go here. Yeah. It's a lot of that, but the story is really good though, and it pays off. It is one continuous narrative that doesn't get sidetracked really, and everything that happens always will amount to something. And the ending is in the game now. Doesn't mean the game is over. They'll tell a new tale, but this story has indeed come to an end. Hi, Lucia. Is this voiced? Please tell me this is voiced.
We have a guest from
Yes.
Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
So where did you live? Where did you leave off, Phoenix?
I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silver-Tier Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the dragon star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Gallian fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Oh well then, you're almost there. Now only the longest expansion.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Zorma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Sorma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore...
Oh, whoops. But
we
yeah.
knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse...
Yes,
returning
yes.
assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
Oh, by the way, I cleared the highest available Savage raid yesterday, so I'm in good spirits. I'm having a great time. Oh, that fight was a bitch. Yeah. We haven't touched Ultimate, and we probably won't because there's only like a few weeks left until the expansion, like until the next patch. But Savage is down. Finally. We had so much scheduling problems though. We couldn't play for a good like entire month or two out of the last 8.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Mm-hmm. Well, it happens. You do definitely need the time to like properly play it. if you want to raid here. Especially the 8-player content requires a great amount of just time investment and practice to clear it. Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Orion J stated, what we all now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius von Belsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. Yes. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgardsormr, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In ensuing struggle, the flagship's ceruleum engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether from realms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emmerich's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Okay. Be careful, my friend. We do not know what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There's much more to be done, and precious little time to do it. If you get back into the game, it will consume you. Yeah. One thing I appreciate about Destiny is that now that they have gotten the kinks ironed out with the seasonal content, Destiny is really good for playing it in small bursts just to get the story, and then just not playing it if you don't have the time for the high-end content. Whereas Final Fantasy, when I played Endwalker, it took me a week. But it's really good though. Like, I'm looking forward to playing it again on stream, because it is by far the best thing I've ever played. Wait, no, that's the wrong marker. That's the Crystal Tower quest. That's not what I want. You main healer? I main healer too! I'm an Astrologian main. I just play Black Mage on my alt account because I want to learn Black Mage. In luck, I was about to send word to Revenant's town about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships likely from Castrum Sentry come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The customs supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they are desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then? The Ishgardians honestly fear the worm might rise again? Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's insurances they want, you've got no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. I love how it's covered by the fog, you can't see it. Scholar main, ooh. Yes, Sage is amazing. My co-heal in the static and a very good friend of mine, Melva, he played Scholar ever since like 2.2, and he switched to Sage, and Sage is amazing according to him, especially if you played Scholar, because it's the same type of healing, sort of. Like, both rely on shields heavily and on pre-damage mitigation, not post-damage mitigation. So Sage is very good if you already play Scholar. It also deals stupid amount of damage right now. Like, it is a bit overtuned in terms in the damage department, and it can easily pull like a good 30% more damage just raw than my class, and it also out damages every other healer class in the game right now. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Galleons who won't take kindly to your presence. They are sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, and climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. Yeah, it's based on... they are, indeed. You are correct. But yeah, it's slightly OP. It's not much. They've really gotten the balancing down this time. Except for Dragoon, apparently. Dragoon is getting a rework in a few weeks. Because... I don't know. Nobody asked for this. Like, not a single Dragoon player was like, hey, can we maybe be better? Now, every Dragoon player was like, we are already good enough. But Square Enix is reworking Dragoon regardless. No Dragoon player wanted a rework. They like playing trash classes, it seems. Yeah. Lovely. But yeah, it's gonna be some way around the end of August is when the patch is going to go live. It might be delayed by a week because of Gamescom. Since like Yoshida won't be in Japan for a week, he will be in he will be busy. Even though Square Enix doesn't have a booth on Gamescom this year, I'm pretty sure that he might still be networking in the business area. So there's a good chance that he just won't be around. Also, I doubt they'll just release a patch in the convention week that introduces a new raid tier. That would be a bit unfair to convention attendees, who then won't be able to grind for a week. So yeah, we're waiting for Keeper of the Lake. Final and my favorite dungeon of A Realm Reborn. I'm generally very partial to the final dungeons of each expansion. But not all of them. A Dragoon player cannot die in an event due to the Leroy Jenkins attitude? Yes. Oh, I don't know if you haven't played Endwalker at all, but they actually reduced the animation time that the Dragoon jumps take, so they get stuck in AoEs less. The jumps now animate about 3 or 4 times faster than they used to. So they also only have one third or 1/4 of the animation log, which is funny. Between Dragoons and Gunbreaker, you never healed so much in your life. Get ready to heal the fuck out of Gunbreaker still. Yeah, they did. They did. It's amazing. They did it for Ninja too. It took them fucking 8 years, but they finally changed the animation times. So they could make the fights faster, is my guess. What's with this fog layer? Come on. I want to see the Agrius. Please. You can die faster and more often. Yes, perfect. Exactly. But yeah. So one thing you'll never have to heal ever again in dungeons is Warrior. Because Warrior now has a stupid self-heal. Warriors can now solo heal big pulls. Because someone at Square Enix was like, ah yes. A paladin is a bit stupid, yes. Paladin was like the worst tank on release, and then they got like hotfixed into being good. They aren't the best tank. Actually, the preference right now is to take either Warrior Dark Knight or Gunbreaker Dark Knight into a raid. I mean, yes, but now they get to just heal from every attack hit. Flat. So if you have 100 enemies around you and you do the AoE combo, you'll just be full. There's no way in hell you're dying. Yeah, it has like 30 seconds. 30 seconds of cooldown. Because someone at Square Enix thought that was a good idea. It's not the panic move. That's still Holmgang. It's still the same. Yep. Yeah. Nope. It hasn't been nerfed, and it's not getting nerfed in the next patch either. We're already at 6.1. 7.1? No, is it 6 or 7? It's 6, I think. But we're already at the 0.15 patch, and it hasn't been nerfed yet. And there's no plans to nerf it in the next patch either. Square Enix is literally like, yep, that's fine. Who needs healers anyway? Like, come on. Amazing, you can't teleport. You can't fly through here. But you can teleport through here using the gate. Okay, that's funny. Yep. Exactly. But yeah, so the new content is amazing. I highly suggest you check it out. Endwalker is perfect. It's so good. Like, it's not perfect, but it's like the best thing. Final Fantasy does have the unfair advantage of being massive, so there's barely anything that compares to it. But still, like, Endwalker is such a good payoff to everything that happened. All of it. It's so good. Ah. Nah, Chocobo. And there will be more. The new story is already starting to happen in the patch content. In what order? What you should level first? Yes. Look at this beautiful small thing. Oh, by the way, they finally did it. They deleted Castrum and made a new one. It happened. Castrum is now 4 players. And so is the Praetorium. Also, the Praetorium has been split into 3 things. This dungeon, a now fully uncoupled normal mode fight against the Ultima weapon, and then an instanced fight against La Habrea. La Habrea is finally allowed to be an enemy. The roulette is actually still here, and it now contains the 2 dungeons and the trial. But the runs only take 20 minutes instead of 50, which is very nice. Also, they deleted Cape Westwind from the game. It no longer exists. It's no longer here. It would be here, between these two. It isn't. The reason they deleted Cape Westwind from the game is because they also made that into a single-player instanced fight. And they designed full fights for both of them. For both La Habrea and for Ritatine. They are allowed to be strong enemies now. The fights are actually challenging and they don't die in like 1 second from existing in vague proximity to 8 players. It's fantastic. It's so good. But no, the story roulette is still there. The main scenario roulette. It still serves a purpose, even if the requirements are lower. Because it still helps people get through what is the hardest to get through, like the hardest to queue for portion of the game. And it still gives like stupid amounts of experience to play it, to encourage people to go in there and watch cutscenes. Because the cutscenes are still unskippable. But they streamlined the dungeons a lot. Half of Praetorium was just deleted. Like, the whole part where you go down and then back up again is just gone. In 20 minutes instead of 50s for the same XP. Yep, it's perfect. It's good. It's so good. And they remade the entire map too. It uses the new lighting system that they are currently trying out for the next expansion. Because they announced that in probably 2025, we are going to get the first graphics update of this game. They are going to overhaul everything. Item graphics, shaders, they're going to introduce new material shaders with like surface reflection for metal and stuff is the plan right now at least, though like no final details. It's very much still in development. They are going to overhaul the lighting system, the shadows, and they are going to overhaul the character models and give them a facelift. It's the first graphics update that the game has gotten since it was launched. And the new dungeons already use the new lighting system, and they look gorgeous. They look absolutely fantastic. They also overhauled a few of the low-level dungeons. Specifically, Copperbell Mines, 1,000 Moors of Totorak, the Stone Vigil, I think, and one more got overhauled. Yeah. Only 10 years for a graphics update. Yeah, the game was still holding up until like very recently. It still looks great, like, but you can definitely tell that it's an older game now. So it is time to do something about that. Rejuvenate it a bit. But that's a big big task, which will take them about 2 years. But we will see results. Everything that is done will be patched in. So for instance, if the lighting system just gets done like a year early, they will probably just put it in and then we have new lighting, which is good. Can I get my queue for Keep of the Lake, please? Come on, there's like 2 pieces of duties left in this. But I do need to play. I do need to play all of Crystal Tower too. Ah, Rain, you've returned. I take from your presence that you were successful in procuring us some ether sand. Tell me, which variety did you find? These two. Yep, DPS queues are still bad. Indeed. I see, 2 varieties. Well, that is 2 more than could reasonably be expected. And 2 less than I'd hoped you would say. Forgive my flippancy. You've done well, truly. If all goes to plan, we'll no longer fear death by fire or earth. Master Garland, if you would be so kind as to prepare the relevant crystals. I shall set to work immediately. Truth be told, I've been looking forward to this. One does not encounter materials like these every day. Speaking of which, how in the 7 hells did you find them? Mistake me not, old friend. I know not only too well how capable you are. But ether sand isn't something you simply find gathering dust at the back of a merchant's rare gem cabinet. With help from Biggs and Wedge. Trust them to design a revolutionary new engine in the moment I turn my back. How is a genius meant to rest on his laurels when his employees are so damned inventive, eh? And now they're determined to join us, are they? Typical. I jest, of course. It will be good to have them around. Still, as a matter of personal pride, let's endeavor to procure the 2 remaining varieties of ether sand before they arrive, shall we? Tell me, Rembrandt, where have we any information on where the water and wind spectre types might be hiding? Not as of yet, but I've made certain arrangements. We shall soon see if my efforts have borne fruit. Forgive me for observing, but you seem less enthusiastic about that prospect. If there's a complication, I'd rather we discuss it now than risk jeopardizing the expedition. Maybe the explanation is in order. But first, let us savor the preliminary victory that Rain has won for our cause, if only for a moment. Yay! Complete. But yeah, DPS queues are still long, as you can see. I also need to play some more Destiny, because event and stuff. But like, I don't know. I do want the cosmetics and the armor because it's cool. But that's about it. That's about the extent of what I want from that event. I just gotta play so much ritual content. You know what my biggest wish is for Destiny 2? I want them to finally retire the EDZ. Because I am tired of the content in there. I don't want to play those strikes again. I've played those strikes for like 4 years now. It's gotten boring. Please remove them. Yes. I must speak of the arrangements I made to acquire the 2 remaining varieties of ether sand. Some days ago, I asked a Charlian acquaintance of mine to travel to Gridania and there gather the necessary materials. Since that time, however, I have heard nary a whisper from him. To be frank, this lack of communication is not entirely uncharacteristic. But I cannot discount the possibility that something ill has befallen the man. Alas, we do not have time to investigate his fate. As I have mentioned before, the more we delay our expedition, the more likely it is that the Crystal Tower's secrets will fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, I would entrust you with the same mission I assigned to my friend. Travel to the Black Shroud and seek out Parsemontaine, the master of the markets in Gridania. If anyone knows where ether sand might be bought, it is he. Ooh. Yeah. I would stream Destiny, by the way, which I know is something that you're interested in, Phoenix. But my problem right now is that Destiny is eating a bit too much of my resources when it's running. It's just that, like, one bit of too much for my PC to handle streaming it. Because I have everything else running. Like, I have the fun face tracking software and everything. Just a smidge too much. It's very unfortunate. Because I'd like to stream the new season and stuff. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say you wish to purchase ether sand? My dear fellow, have you the faintest idea of the rarity of the material you seek? Why, I have not seen as much as a grain of ether sand in these markets for many a long year. Could tell you where one might mine the ore from which the water-aspected variety of the abrasive is derived, but any desperate fool would willingly set foot in the place. You seem undeterred. Very well. Oh. Are you familiar with Earth's Gift? That is where the ore can be found. In an area inhabited by a particularly pernicious hog, should you encounter the Bertusk Nightmare, you will know that you are in the right place, albeit the wrong time. Farewell. I did not get to click in time. That would have probably caused the thing. Yes. Let's go. My favorite dungeon in this expansion. Finally. Oh, I've waited so long to get here. Okay. This is just a regular dungeon. For my dear viewers who don't play this game. Nothing special in here, just a bunch of ads. We're just climbing this lovely destroyed warship and try to figure out if the ruler of dragons is still alive or alive again. Who knows? Let's go. Die. Frog? Die, frog! No. Why does it always have to be frogs? Wee. Let's go. Einhander. Woo! So the first boss, mechanically, actually quite nice. You want to avoid setting these on fire with his attacks. Because that will cause issues. namely explosions. But the game does like causing issues. So you can hit these small ones, which will kick them away and into the edges of the arena, but the big one cannot be moved, and that will eventually be set on fire. There isn't a good way to preventing this. And if it does, it will detonate and set all the other tanks on fire. Which, yeah. We don't exactly want. Yep, oh, it begins. Oh, the cascade. Oh no. The cascade has started. Aurelian Shin, heal us. Ow. Come on. Okay. Die. There we go. Don't want that. Up the ship we go. Ah, well, at least as far as it will take us. Galleons, huh? Well, we were warned. We were warned of the Galleon invasion. Well, more like salvage mission. It is their ship. As much as I'd like to consider this my ship, it is in fact their ship. So they're just getting their stuff back. So, yeah, salvage. But, alas. Alarm! The barrier is no more. Oh, wow. Okay. Here we go. 1 fire. 2 fire. 3 fire. Death. And destruction. Blizzard. Thunder. Bunk. And that should kill it. Yes, very good. Excellent. Still not interested in these. Bonk. Bonk. Fire. Okay. One more Colossus to beat. Colossus. Amogus. One more Amogus to defeat. And then we'll be there. The next boss. The true power of Black Mage is that you're able to cast while you're drinking. Okay, that looks good. Yay! There wasn't another encounter up here, right? Yep, that's just the boss. Hello, boss. How are you doing, boss? Boss. Okay. Woo! Fire! Again. Ooh, a lightning frog. Nice. Come on, really? Gotta do me like that? I'm playing Black Mage. Let me stand still. You fuck. Ha. Oh no. Come on. Wee. Ooh. A card. Da 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 da. And one more. Thunder. Okay. The gunship is almost done, I guess. The boots! The boots! Yeah. Someone died. And the ship is done. There we go. Continue! Up the ship. All the way to the top. Defeat her? Well, who might we be defeating up here? I wonder. Fire. More damage. Yes. Good. I think there's 2 more pros and then we're at the end boss, the final boss. The final boss. Yes. Okay. And final full time. Are you gonna do full? You are gonna do full. I know you want to. Yes, there we go. Not like these deal any damage. One, 2, 3. Blizzard. And die. Okay. And there we are. Who might the final boss be? Well.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Hello. He's very much alive.
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
very much alive. Let's kill it. Kill him. Dargan. Yes. Murder time. Very good. Excellent. I hope I don't have to take care of the mechanic. Because that would suck. Slide casting. What? Oh, it was blocked. Yeah. Yeah, that checks out. Okay. And one more rotation. Oh, there it is. Oh, crap. Wrong target. That thing. Supposed to die. Very good. Yep. Someone please right-click that. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now be safe in here. Yay! Ow. I used to know, like, off the back of my head how long that cast takes. I no longer do. And take him down, about 5% of his health. When he does the next revive. And... oh. Blizzard! And kill the second dragon. Mirage thing. The second fake Durg. I clicked the wrong target again. And another one of these. Please someone right click that. Thank you. Very good. Excellent. Not dying. Good. Not dying is preferable to the alternative, which is death. And kill the boss. There we go. Level up. Nice. I have way too much XP. Holy crap. I will not have to level anytime soon. It is. Yay! Commendations! Woo! Okay.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve.
I see.
Speak, mortal, and I shall listen.
Okay. So,
Guided
stuff.
by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive.
Huh? What are you talking about?
7 children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end.
Huh?
Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent.
Huh?
Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
That does not look like not harming me. My crystals. And my thing. Oh no! No! They are turned off! Why? Why you do this?
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine.
You even have hands?
I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
Small. Small bean. Ah. That is the small.
Covenant binds struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth a beginning and an end.
True. Wee. Bye, small. You may summon Midgardsormr by selecting the corresponding entry within the minion guide. Yes. Mignon. Small. Hello. I will pet you. There's nothing you can do about it. You are tiny. You deserve pets. Eat. Eat. Okay. Hello. I was beginning to fear the worst. With those explosions I saw. Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alfino left a message stating that you will return to the Rising Stones at once. Okay. A small. Small bean. Small dog. Okay, rising stones, you say? Alright. Alfino! Praise the 12 that you're hale and whole. I came as soon as Minphilius informed me of Sir Emeric's request. You've completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it? Then I would hear your report. You conversed with Midgardsormr? I swear, why anyone else making such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Wormlord did not perish, and it has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Lesser resurrection and more rejuvenation, for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Those words were ambiguous at times. One statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emeric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgardsormr in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection, and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Emeric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Okay. I'll wait. Is there something you're not telling us, Rain? You seem different somehow. It is almost as if you're missing something. Something important. 12 offend. Midgard's almost stripped you of the blessing of light. Are you alright? How do you feel? I'm good. See, it is relief to hear that you're otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Ah, Midgardsormr made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so did the Great Worm. Althik and Nemea, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgardsormr ever watch over the source from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke? It was not the gods with whom he treated, but Hylian herself? Well, if he's watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn or a master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought of thine own hands, mortal?
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale.
I did indeed.
I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Huh. Well then. These guardians have warred the Dravanians for centuries. Nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies... Crap. Not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. It was not Midgardsormr who roared. A call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance. and pray that our fears are unfounded. Okay, I'm gonna have a short break because I need to drink something. I have returned. Hello. It is time to continue the main quest. Ere I forget, I believe Monbrida has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our effort to combat the Ashians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. What does it look like? Hold on. Console games, wiki. Yeah, this. Right. They're on demand. Oh, interesting. Okay. All done with your talk of dragons. Wonderful. Ashians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we? Sure.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking, I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon.
Sure. Let's go,
I believe
Monbrida.
we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Nice.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
How to kill an immortal.
To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute! Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
This should be on the test.
Yes, it's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest
lovely.
on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
Yep.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
True.
I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
Yes.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum.
Oh no.
During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's Sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Ascians will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangrid and Papalimo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white aurosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you're able. Go well, and be safe.
Okay. I'll be brave. Crystal brave! Ha! No? Alphino! It would seem that the events here have once more inspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already deployed to the area to await the arrival of the Scions. Worded will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ulbert of the Air headquarters in Uldar. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamine travels to Uldar, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Science cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fail. How extraordinary that my little Acilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I'm proud that I might now stand at her side, not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Uldar has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with the streets. Bah! Woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares in your direction, milady! That animation is so good. Oh! I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way then? Wildred! Commander Leveilleur sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I have learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalda. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Roban's Pulse. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing: getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Galleons could begin marching on us any time. Pray speak with the Lieutenant Edelstein, that we might coordinate our counter-strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. Private Umbria. The soldiers here tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times. But I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draughtsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices. Devices of Imperial design, no less! The Flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. I would once again ask for your aid. Okay. Okay. We've been keeping a close eye on that Garlean garrison, and 'twould seem that the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take the field to meet this assault head-on. Have apprised your fellow Science of the situation, and am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Elian, and lend us much welcome strength to the counter-offensive. Okay. Hello. Glad to have you with us, Rain. I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castra Meridianum. The main column assembles in the north near Dalamut's talents, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilbert! Greetings, Scion. Understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with aught the Galleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless, holed up in Uldar, So I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plan's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. The reinforcements are welcome. We've enough soldiers now to divide our forces to safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye. It would be best to avoid starting a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Gallians. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think that the consequences should any of these strong tanks be exposed to fire. The heck? If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. You're with the Third then, Warrior of Light. Oh wait, that's not Papalimo. You're with the Third then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you are ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yu Yuhase. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. Yu Yuhase. I don't know. Yu Yuhase. I didn't pick that voice for Albert originally, but I can't remember which voices I'm picking, so I'm picking new ones every time. Oh. Hello. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Still in it for the money, huh? Say, what happened to those weapons? Now, this detached force we've sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well as to cover more ground, and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. Seeing as you're an army onto yourself, I've assigned you to your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. Aye, this will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. This guy is into money. And nothing else. Ah, sus. Ah! And that stupid status effect end, please. Thank you. These are stronger than I anticipated, mainly because of that stupid paralyzed cast. Are we done? Thank you. Good. Did that paralyze just knock me off the mound? What the fuck? Great. Fucking wonderful. That guy's done. Da da da. I'm getting my ass handed to me right now in terms of damage. Heal. Potion. Not a lot of heal, but some. Okay. I have killed the galleons. What about you? You seem grim, Scion. I take that to mean that between us, more than a few galleons when we make you back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I had never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the 4th and let Lieutenant Alion know that the west is now clear. I would appreciate if you would do the same with, when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Private Umbria, what news of the Galleons? Ah, their raiding parties are no more then. Excellent. The Amadzina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in an immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. You're welcome. You must be anxious for word for your fellows. Lieutenant Alian has reported a sound victory over the main column, and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is, the Rugadin lady with the large axe. To it appears she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Thanalan is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. Okay. Moon! Hello.
Hold on, I won't be a second.
Ba-ba-da-ba.
The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know, as Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one.
I decided on Black Mage because I don't like playing melee classes. I already have a healer. And I already have a Red Mage. I'm also not too keen on tanking classes. So the decision was basically between playing a ranged DPS more in depth or picking up another mage. And since the only ranged DPS you can pick up at level 0, level 1 rather, is Bard, and I didn't want to play Bard, I started with Black Mage. I then ended up enjoying it, and I won't be deviating from it. Which, that said, also, the only physical ranged that I can pick up is either Dancer or Mechanist. Dancer starting at 60, and my character not being 60 yet, it prevents me from doing that. And Mechanist is locked behind entering Ishgard, which I can't do until I hit Heaven's Ward. So all in all, the only other classes that I would consider playing on this character, I don't have access to yet. But I might change to Dancer later. I'm just not too heavy on tanking, and I already main heal, so I don't get anything out of it practicing heal as a heal main. Yeah, I like ranged. I like ranged a lot. I don't like positionals, that's why I don't play melee a lot. And I think tanking is boring. That's the gist of it. I don't think there's anything like interesting in tanking. The most you'll ever do that that isn't something that everyone has to do is like tank swap, which is a 2-button combo that you do once every 2 minutes or so. So it's not that interesting to me.
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it.
Ooh.
So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
Don't say that.
He senses me. A useful talent.
You're the hot ball, yeah.
Hanasian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Yep.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
Damn, this guy is a, like, full-on fanatic. Damn.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
We have to indeed. Alright, cutscene over. Very good. Okay, so when you left, you had every job at 80 besides Bard, Warrior, Blue Mage. Yeah, if you left in Shadowbringers, you couldn't have. Blue Mage only goes to the last expansion's cap at most. And they only add that very late into the expansion, around 0.3 or 0.4. So Blue Mage right now only goes to 70. Dancer and Mechanist. It's not spelled like that, but who cares? I know what you meant. It's also, there's a debate if it's Mechanist or Machinist. I have no idea. So there is multiple DPS metrics that are used these days. So when calculating DPS, what the community does, breaking the terms of service, but still, what the community has gathered in terms of DPS data is, if you just look at the raw damage output, Samurai is the highest damage output class in the game, and Black Mage is the second highest damage output class in the game. However, if you normalize damage output for buffs, attributing single target buffs to the person who granted the buff instead of the person who received the buff, the currently highest DPS class in the game is actually Dragoon. But again, only if you normalize DPS scores by attributing damage dealt given under a single ally buff to the person who used the buff instead of the person who received it. Which does make sense, because that is damage you wouldn't do if you wouldn't have gotten that buff. Whereas group buffs are still attributed to to the person dealing the damage, because those count for everyone. And this is done because Square Enix seems to balance that way. Astrologian only measures up to the other heal jobs in the game if you do this. Because all healers currently hover around the same number, but the raw damage output of Astrologian is much lower than the raw damage output of the other three classes. But it makes up for this with the cards, with the single target buffs. Because if you do play a card on someone during a burst window, that person is going to do a lot more damage. And that is how the game appears to be balanced. They do consider single target buffs to be part of your damage, not the other person. So that's why this metric is used. You're here. Master Louis' staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now. But yeah, Samurai and Black Mage are the classes with the least buffs that don't apply to just yourself. So they do the most damage. Utility is always a trade-off for damage.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Exactly. They do a lot of damage in, like, burst and in isolation, but in a well-balanced team, they actually do fall off a bit. Both Dragoon and Ninja are better in team comms than Samurai and Black Mage, but since you don't want duplicate jobs and you have to fill 4 slots, you might as well take, like, Dragoon, Samurai, Black Mage, and Dancer. If you really want to. No one's stopping you. Black Mage is still the best mage you can bring. And Dancer is the best ranged you can bring.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
No!
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Oh no. She's getting Princess Peached. No.
After them! Quickly!
before the rift closes.
I hope you'll be fine. Ah. I'm sure she'll be fine. Mm-hmm. Lovely portal. Very cute. The chrysalis. Oh, no, I don't want to queue for Keep of the Lake. Chrysalis only, please. But yeah, so for context, I've already played all of this, and I remember all of it. It's just that I know for a fact that people who watch my stream that are just don't happen to not be here today because they are busy, but they will watch the VOD, and they haven't played this. So I am not going to make any comments on what is going to happen next, because that would be a spoiler. But I do know exactly what happens in the entire game. I have already played it. Woohoo! I'm doing this actually to get some of the few like small details to catch all the things that I missed the first time around, because I didn't know the full picture yet. Now that I know everything, a lot of the little things these characters say make so much more sense, and it's like eye-opening to be like, oh my god, they really did write this before they made everything. They didn't retcon anything. All the little nudges, all the lore was already there. It's just that the characters didn't feel like convulging all of it. Well, it is time to do Chrysalis. I like Chrysalis a lot. It's a good thing, but it is not fun too many times. It gets boring eventually, I'd say. But yeah. It is time. Okay, answer me this. The end of the storyline. Is it honestly worth it the ridiculous way that it has been for the last decade? Yes. Yes. That said, obviously only if you enjoyed the rest of the story. If you don't care about any of the characters in it, you won't care about the ending. But if you generally enjoyed your time, the ending is absolutely worth it. Here we go. But yeah, right now, so the story's over. The ending is in the game. The ending of Endwalker is the ending of this storyline. the patch content is currently actively setting up the next story. We are already getting like introductions to villains, to new opponents, to new concepts, and to who we'll be likely rescuing from places. Like, who are we going to look for? Who are important key players that will be involved in the next expansion. All that groundwork is being done at the moment. It's very exciting. I do hope, though, that they're going to take it down a notch with the general everything. We do need a breather. We do need a breather. The story has been escalating constantly for 10 years. There's a lot of stuff going on. Fire. Okay, Nabrialis time. Honestly, not a lot of stuff to do for me in here. I just bonk the boss. Double! Yay! My favorite cast. Got him. Already. Alright. Kobe! Ah, great. This is an hexagon. That's a sprite. I don't want to get hit by this next. And this. Yay! Someone didn't kill the sprite fast enough. Great. Da, 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 da. Oh, one thing you should brace yourself for, though, Phoenix, is Endwalk has actually 2 add-ons, 2 expansions at the same time. They kind of compressed them into 1. Now we do get 2 for the price of 1, but it is also a lot. Endwalker was originally going to be 2 expansions. They confirmed this too. But because Shadowbringers was pretty fast-paced, and the players generally like that, they decided to make it 1 expansion with a bit of the filler reduced, so to speak. That was the general idea. But it's also longer than Shadowbringers. The Endwalker main story takes about 30 hours to beat, if you're fast. It's a lot of stuff. No, I don't want the same color. I want a different color. That's a sprite. Want to blow that thing up. And another sprite. Want to blow that thing up too. Alright. Okay. Nah, Brialis. Stop teleporting, you fuck. I hate enemies that become untargetable frequently. As a caster, that is very annoying. Isn't there supposed to be like another phase here? Or is he just gonna die before it? Ah no, there it is. No, thank you. Okay. Tanks into the towers, please. Only one tank per tower, please. Where is the rift? There it is. Albeit if you must. You should heal yourself, healer. Very good. Nice. Woo! Now Brialis is not challenging, really. There's been worse bosses in the game. But I did screw up my rotation. There we go. Secret Ascian man. Very good. And defeated. Leave duty, yes.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
You're not. There it is. The soul of the Ascian.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come?
No.
Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
Ooh. Into the crystal you go, bitch!
What trickery is this?
White Aurosite.
No, no, you cannot. No.
Oh no! Not the dickhead!
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free! Concentrate! Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light.
I had the blessing then though, Minfilia.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me. I shall make you pay for your insolence.
No, you shan't.
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light.
Please!
Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis Soir, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
Moonbreeder! No! You mustn't!
No!
What? No! It cannot end!
You better fucking die.
I am eternal! I am immortal!
Moonbreeder. She's gone.
So she is.
You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Physically, yes.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
Dead.
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Oriange know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I think he knows.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice, was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louis Soir I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louis Soir hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louis Soir's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louis Soir's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Ah. And it doesn't get any fucking easier either. I've never seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in Sharlayan Manor to celebrate Moonbreeder's life and mourn her passing. As Moonbreeder was a native of Sharlayan, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? It is a monument found at Wraithfrost, and is sacred to Thalia, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There shall we pray for our dear friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. So, when they wrote this, Moonbreeder is a character that was given to a very famous guest voice actor in Japan. And they knew they would only get her for a handful of lines. And the chances were very slim that they would ever get her again on this game, because she was very busy. So the decision was made from introduction that this character would die. Because that way, they wouldn't need to call that voice actor back.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death. A fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
Is that so? Well then. I hope no sacrifice shall be in vain. Though we've said our farewells, the pall of sadness that has diminished but a little. Forgive me. As antecedent, it is my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Rain? Ah. Tis as if a dagger. What the heck? Okay, byline. Dagger has been thrust into my chest. Okay. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisois, Moonbreeder, our fellows of the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to the fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words. A reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies, Rain. There's no other whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. Victory won, a comrade lost, to honor the fallen, the living forge ever on, toward the light of a new day. Indeed. Have you a moment, Rain? I believe Ida wished to word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreeder's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Context. Context trademark. That right there was the end of 2.5. And then there was I think 2 to 3 months gap until this quest, which is 2.55. Or 2.5 and a half. Hey, it's Rain. Great. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know. The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know this is silly, but you can't just face it at the I can't just face it at the moment. So I was wondering, could you maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Rutherfrost. Ah. Every time. This game. Rowena. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade? Hey, they've got you running errands now. Them Scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Send the savior of Eorzea to be the bleeding market. Find use of your time, that is. Seriously though, you'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here then, take it. And tell that Ida lass that I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace the dowdy old mask of hers. Gods know if she needs to. But what if she doesn't want to? Alright, not in there, at the... You know, the stone. Over there. That place. I remember. The plasmoids. Ida. Rowena can be so annoying. She will just not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. When I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again. And then again. And then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Moonbreeder love these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
The dragons are happening, it seems.
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
All right. Shit's going down. It seems. Well, no rest for the weary. There's no music. Please, give me something. It's so quiet. There should be music here. Something turned it off, like some story effect, I think. I think the quest turned the music off, is what I'm saying. Ah. Well, it continues. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbreeder's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Kurthus will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. It begins. The envoy's here. Hi, Lucia. Thank you for receiving me at such a short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly. You come with news of Dravanians? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Emmerich himself sailed forth with a contingent of the Temple Knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. As reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it's plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emmerich would meet with you and discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Kurthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Uldar must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to the allied nations, and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that our plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Emmerich's authority in this matter, that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request. A personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgardsormr and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over your foe. Over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. 'Twould seem the roads lead us both. 'Twould seem the road lead us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Rain. I love that they use way more voice acting on the death of a character than on, like, the actual plot. It shows where their priorities lie, and it appears to definitely be with the emotions, not the action.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
That's some powerful magic. Whoa!
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Oh wow, okay. Things are indeed spiraling toward a very bloody end, it seems. It seems I was the swifter Rain. You too, however, have arrived with time to spare. Our host is yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tells of men of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. What is afoot indeed? Ah, yes. I really hope with the new, like, lighting and stuff, they managed to, fix things like this. So, first of all, this is supposed to be the Steps of Faith. They look vastly different from the actual Steps of Faith we just saw. Like, where's the turrets and everything? But you weren't even supposed to see this bridge that up close in the first place. I don't know where they decided to give this area to us now. But also, this model of Ishgard is really, really tiny. Which, yeah, I guess it wasn't done yet. But you could have made it bigger and put it further back in the map. Because it parallaxes incorrectly. You can see it is a miniature. And they did this in a couple of places in the game, which really just, it fucks with my brain. It just messes me up to look at this. Be like, no, this isn't the size it's made out to be. Especially when everything else is kind of the correct size. Just that isn't. Because you get close to it too fast. It's weird. Just make things be the correct size, please. Alright. Our gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered... Heretic scum! How dare they meddle with our divine protections! I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one! We need not fret over much. There are several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. When I laid eyes upon a Lady Isard, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. It would seem the heretics struck first and most telling. Blow against Ishgard. Silence! We expected you to Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretics' treachery. Lady Isard led a force of fair followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Emmerich awaits you. And then she leaves again. Goodbye. Lady Isard has grown bold indeed. She would risk direction against the city. Come, let us do what we were bid, and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Archifar will know where Sir Emmerich means to receive us. Wee. There. 'Tis reassuring indeed to behold of the countenance of a friend, when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could set us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonheart to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived. Would treat you in the accessory. Okay. Emmerich! Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Yes. Hi, Emmerich. Oh, too far away. Cutscene. Please be voiced, please be voiced, please be voiced. No! Well, crap, I was so distraught that I forgot. Thank you, sir. Yes, we have but recently... What the fuck? Why is it still going? No! Stop it! On the contrary, Master Elfino, I think it is more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post in Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. Estinian! Ist die schon gut. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. An impressive title, though I confess. I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, and yet even among those masters of the lands, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So, you are the adventurer of whom they spoke? I see now why my blood fair sang in the anticipation of our meeting. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Hyssard's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after their assault of the gates. 'Twould seem that the Lady Hyssard and the Dravanians share a common goal: the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg? What of the 7 great worms? His name features prominently in your nation's history. Though once defeated by the hero Heldreth, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurtha since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Heldreth plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depth of his rancor. The Eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But those stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics. The dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel. To say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Though the endless march of years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. That is especially true of the Great Worms, they who spent centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign, as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that... You believe that Lady Hyssard is in league with the creatures, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covered the Eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole of their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander. Yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Like our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Ravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurthas would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthas. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Madonna. 7 hells. Very well. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar. Allow me, Sir Emmerich. Though the power of the eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the eye itself is no relevance to his tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg. Aye. He means to hurl his horde against Daphnean's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt that the worm has summoned his minions to war. The shit's going down. Damn. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us with an opportunity to bring the sister estates of Eorzea together in common cause. Gakuin! Hey yo! How are you doing? Thank you for the pit. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect the softening of the Holy See's attitude toward the foreign corporation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. Petting me makes me happy. I like being pet. Boop. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make a report to the antecedent. Not really. I will shamefully admit that I haven't drank a drop of water for 2 hours in the beginning of stream. I have been drinking since, but I have been bad sneak. I forgot to drink. That's a short quest. They have these random short quests that are just like 2 steps. Yeah, I know. But the bot said no. I know that too. Interestingly, the Bonk software says ready. So I don't know why. Apparently the bongs are unavailable today. Hold up. Let me restart this. So it says ready. But it isn't ready, it's lying to me. Why? It's connected to? What the fuck? I'll restart this one more time and hope that it works. Karas Bonk. Come on, Bonk. I believe in you. You'll work. That's a bit weird. Hello, yes, software, would you please? I'm confusion. Oh, what? Oh, I know why it's not working. I need to. There we go. The path changed. Anyway. Drink. I'm in Philia.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
Everyone? All of them?
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
What are they talking about? He's like, Da-da-da. I've bid the Archons travel to the resigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge their own company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such a support, I'll leave to Elfie know. For you, my friend, I have a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of your own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slavborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared to aught that might bring its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. And before you leave, might I suggest that you have Taru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. But yeah, so, Kakuin, I have, so Ilbert has been very sussy the entire day, the entire stream. You remember that subplot about the second in command at the Immortal Flames, who was actually a Gallian spy? While we were busy dealing with other stuff, the Crystal Braves have continued to investigate that, and they have found a merchant who has recently bought a huge amount of weapons. But when we joined Ilbert to question that merchant, you only heard him cry out, and when we rushed in, he was dead. Ilbert then claimed that one of his soldiers, an unexperienced rookie, had accidentally stricken down the merchant, but there was no one around. And then later, Rael has also told us that that Ilbert later told a different story about how the merchant died, where some of the people who are causing this ruckus in Uldar allegedly murdered the merchant. And also, we stole a crate of weapons and gave it to Yuyuhase, which is the little Lalafell that Ilbert just talked to. Which, if you remember, that's the guy who's only in the Crystal Braves for the money. He is the leader of the third company, and Ilbert is the leader of the first company. And apparently, those two companies are receiving a lot of money recently. So something is afoot. Very sus, yes. Also, we played through 2.5. We are currently in 2.55. This is the last bit of story there is in the game. We also did Keeper of the Lake. Keep of the Lake is the dungeon that is right around the corner to here. It is the lovely ship in the lake in Moderna. And we found out that Midgard Sormer is indeed still alive. And we now have him with us. And we can pet him. Pet the dragon. Yee, more pets. Wait, I think the pets might have disconnected this time. Yes. When I was fixing the hydrate, I broke the pets. There we go. But yeah, this here, that's the dungeon. And that is Midgard Sormer kind of coiled around it. Big snake gun. Very cool. Also, after that, Midgard Sormer sealed our blessing of light. We can no longer use the power of the light crystals that we gathered. They are disabled. Unfortunately, that let a Ascian into the into our headquarters, who tried to steal the staff that was on the back wall. The good news is that the Ascian is dead. The bad news is that Moonbreeder is also dead. So, yeah. We are rather close to Kurthis, aren't we? We'd best see our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. And we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid up just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Rain. I have 101 things to discuss with Slavborn. But yeah, Moonbreeder, the lovely, cool Rugadin lady that was introduced last stream, is dead now. She's also the love interest of Orion J, who is not doing well right now. There's an out-of-story reason why she died, because her Japanese voice actor is actually a very famous guest voice actor, and they somehow had to remove her voice from the story. So they opted to just kill her. Yep. That's our first major character death. And yes, I said first. I appreciate the warning of wars coming to Kurthis, and the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporarily housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die in Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf. and you may try your luck in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer to your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have time to rouse. So, yeah. Hello. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay away from Ishgard. I've survived this long by just killing all my enemies. Right. What is it? Gecko. Ah! Yes. Ishgard sounds like she's in right a mess. But that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I needed to cast mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wildred was there with the fort that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since, have you? God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him all. But that ain't all. Around the same time Wildred stopped turning up for duty, then black mounted weapons went missing from a vault in Ulda. So now, of course, half the Braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe her company a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and grand company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others of the crew, Wildred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He had the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ill ledgers. Something about the Braves number not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail, stumbled on. And I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wildred. Any road, you've got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Rain. So I've done some math, and by my estimate, if we play around 5 hours tomorrow and 1 more hour today, we should be able to get done with A Realm Reborn without having to do 2 hours of stream. So we can go nice and fresh into Heaven's Ward the next stream after. There's only about, let's say, 4 hours of storyline left. At most. Like, we are in the home stretch. There is, I can tell you exactly, this quest included, there is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 12 quests left with a long cutscene at the end. A really long cutscene at the end. These quests will take about 2 hours to complete. And the cutscene will take another 1.5 to 2 hours. Just cutscene, fully voiced. We will just sit here and eat popcorn watching that cutscene tomorrow. But the quest, since 5.3, requires that we beat the Crystal Tower quest line before we are allowed to play it. Which the queues and the dungeons itself will be short, because it's 15 DPS and everyone in the game has access to it. So the queue time will be short. And it will take about 20 minutes to clear each of them at most. The problem will be that the quests in between also exist. which means we'll take about another 2 hours to clear the prerequisite quest to see the ending. Which is why I'm rounding up to about 6 hours of time left in A Realm Reborn of mandatory content. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but it's slay me fair share of coin was good. I've worked hard, worked for one of the knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk, you did. Still put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. But yeah, so I'll play for a bit longer to get as many of these quests out of the way. And then tomorrow is going to be movie night. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its rings, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sounds of the siege. Those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I've pledged myself to guard Revelant's toll. Modest work though it is. I'm loath to break my terms of the terms of my contract. What to do? What to do? He had the funny stuff. But yeah, also, be warned. This is the ending of A Realm Reborn. It's not gonna be fun and games. Volunteer my services in defense of Ishgard. I think not. Dragons claimed the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddle behind an icy wall. Oh yeah, there's also exactly one trial left in the mandatory content. There you are, Rain. So did you sway any hearts? One or two, eh? Well, add it to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Sloughborn's friends. You won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say your Revenant's toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Oh, I've been so caught up with the recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alfino. Apparently the Alliance leaders are convening in Uldar to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they've requested your presence as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Uldar, or you'll be late. Alfino said that he wouldn't meet you on the Royal Promenade. Oh, right. One thing I also forgot to rehash is obviously we know who's behind all of the stuff that's going on in Uldar. We the players, not Rain. Rain doesn't know. But we know that it's Teleji Adeleji. Because it was revealed in one of the end of chapter cutscenes. That he was the one who was funding the uproars of the refugees. And he's also responsible for a lot of like sabotage within Uldar. Like he ordered one of his servants to sever a trade route, so one of his competitors, the Lolorito, by the name of Lolorito, would be busy for a while. So it is very likely that the stuff that Ryle is investigating right now might lead up to Teleji Adeleji as well. He is playing a two-faced game right now. And Alfino did ask the monitorists. Oh, yes. This is a random event. You cannot force this. But sometimes, randomly, Midgard Sorme will just land on your shoulder. And be cute. Look at the bean. Sit. Look. Ah. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I'd hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time. But it seems urgent requests for an audience have prompted the gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Uldar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
Prayed.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
She is right.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
I like that the game acknowledges that other players exist.
I wish to propose a redistribution of forces.
And you're not doing everything alone.
If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Nanamo is not doing well.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Voiced unnamed NPC. This is when they had no budget. They wouldn't waste money on an unimported NPC. Sus. They could have to hire 4 voice actors for her. 1 for every language. If she isn't important, that was a bold choice of money. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you've been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we've been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Rochefort and Sir Emeric to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, and as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Captain Ilbert, what news? The assault has begun. We have but this moment to conclude our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Ravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Rain, I would have you and your adventurous allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you're needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Okay. We're closing in on the last trial of this content. Oh no! My drink's empty. Ah! I will point myself at this and go run grab a drink. Haha! Bottle of violence broke again. I'm angry. Wait, no. Can hardly test it if it isn't shown on stream. It does work on this end. Maybe the event listeners are not working or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out next time. There we go. You're the appointed captain of the Sellswords contingent? Then welcome! There's no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Travanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault in Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Yay! Forgor. Pew pew pew. Beep bop boop. No, it's still broken, probably. The channel point redemption is what's broken. So I don't think it will work for a bit. Oh no! Dragon! No! Why? sorry, dragon petting is not a feature of a Realm Reborn. Dragon petting is not included in this part of the game, very unfortunately. Am I gonna die to these? They do more damage than I'm anticipating. Maybe not, I dodged. By the way, I'm getting stupid amounts of experience here. I'm level 54. Heaven's Ward only goes to 60 and I'm not even in that yet. So, yeah. You see? It's because of this, by the way. I'm playing on Alpha, which is a so-called new server. By the way, server transfers to Alpha should still be free if you check the MOG station. But yeah, it's a new server, and new servers have the advantage of doubling your experience from all sources until level 80. So I am in stupid XP territory right now. Yeah. Oh, more. Why? That's only 2 though, it's fine. Die! Die! These are oil dragons. Oh wow, we're not done. Did not expect to be not done. Fire! Ah! And done. Okay. There we go. And back down we head. Can we fit through here? No. I need to go all the way around. I love how this is like, oh, the gates of judgment, the steps of faith. It's impossible to get beyond this. And you could just fly behind since the map update. You couldn't get there at all before the map update. But now it's just like, ah, yes. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements decimated, you say? Dravanian devils, damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. You commit yourself to the siege. You should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith. A great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that formed the barrier we call Daphnean's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Isart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge where the wards are sealed. All now rests on us, adventurer. Lead your comrades out to the steps of faith and prepare to meet the horde. May the fury guide your blades. But I use a staff. There we go. Steps of faith. Join. And in the meantime, further the other questline we need to do. I'm doubting that queue time. I am doubting very much that we'll be in there within 5 minutes. Oh, right. This is perfect. Do you see this lovely electric guitar over here? So, you can play instruments as a bard. That guitar is real. You can buy it. It's a Fender. It is about like 1,000 euros, 2,000 euros. It's very expensive. But it's a real guitar. It exists. And it has that crystal effect. It's awesome. You need to look at it. Like, and when they made the electronic guitar sound for the Bard composition feature, they actually just went and recorded it. They just recorded the guitar for the samples. So you can actually play with guitar samples made with the real deal in-game. I already read this earlier. I was interrupted by Q. But yeah, we are furthering another quest line. So we may enter the raid at some point. The mandatory raid. No time to waste with doing that. Because those quests are long. Right? Right? It's such a cool guitar. I want that, but it is massively expensive. Don't attack me, don't attack me, don't attack me, don't attack me, don't attack me. Yes. Yep, that's the one. Again, expensive. You are too late, adventurer. Not for the entertainment. You will find no trace of the ore which you recently lay here. Nay, not so much as a speck. Ah, no, you will never spy me from there. For the time being, at least, you will have to trust the evidence of your ears. Now stop squinting at the foliage and listen. As I told you, the water-based mineral you hoped to find is gone. Taken by me. Victory has made me monogamous, however. Accordingly, I have decided to share the location of an alternative source of ether sand with you. The wind-touched variety, to be specific. I trust I have your attention? Good. A band of Ixal in the Northern Shroud keeps a quantity of the abrasive for the purpose of removing impurities from lesser crystals. Well, do you mean to dally here all day? Make haste, adventurer, before I snatch another prize from under your nose. This is to be a race. The Ixali logging grounds in the North Shroud shall be your destination. That is where the real amusement will begin. May the best win. What a spoopy person. Disembodied. Okay. We are almost done. We're almost out of teleport tickets. Ah. Ah, well. No, I don't know where I lost it, but it's not in my home. I don't think I have that D20 anymore. I just bought a new one. When in doubt, buy more dice. I'm a dice hoarding sneak anyway, so. Yep. I'll send you the dice I had later. They are really cute. And I'm really sad it's gone. But I also want to buy better dice, you know? I have this pair out of necessity, but I want more dice anyway. Again, I hoard dice. I'm a dice hoarding sneak, Durgan. Wind-touched ether sand. Mine. That's a long cast bar. Holy feck. No. Bravo, that was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of ether sand slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited a little race. Congratulations, the wind-touched abrasive is yours. And yet, having been treated to such a memorable performance, I cannot help feeling that the greater prize is mine. This inequity must not stand. I insist that you accept a token of my appreciation. Payment for this entertainment will be waiting for you to the east, in a clearing within Proud Creek. Pray retrieve the gift I had just crushed beneath the iron feet of the dollar hands. They were sticky. Oh no! Yeah, you want to use two-part epoxy for it. You need to sand them down after making them. Ugh. That's an annoying spot. Can this one please turn away? Also, this one please don't turn around. Yeah. Okay, that one's not turning around. Then I'll just be cheap! Easy. That's not where I'm standing. Yay! I need a P.O. box. I need a P.O. box. Damn. Not what you were expecting. I took the liberty of refining the ore from Earth's gift into ether sand. Do keep it safe, adventurer. Lest you accuse me of playing games, you should know that the truth of relinquishing my prize never once crossed my mind. Until I saw you in action. Such deeds must needs be rewarded. It is my vocation, you see, to record history as it is made by mortal men. And I much prefer the chronicle the accomplishments of the bold and the mighty. Thus it is my fervent wish that you continue your career with the same courage and zeal you have shown today. We shall meet again, adventurer, and sooner than you may imagine. Woo! Hello. I'm here. Bum, 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 bum. Time to turn that quest in. Crystal Tower has a lot of quests before you even get to the first raid. The unlock takes forever. What news of your mission? Are we any closer to acquiring the remaining abrasives? You've brought both? Shall of Master Garland begin work with the crystals immediately? Da-da-da. Pretty crystals. That should do the trick. Excellent work. We now possess all 4 of the fangs required to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garland. Oh, it was a trifling matter, I assure you. Rain here is the one you should be thanking. Anyway, by my reckoning, there's nothing stopping us from striding up against up to the Lagan's front door. You can't go without us, Chief. Biggs, Wedge, don't lend a hand, have you? Look. Yes, it's the boys. Well, it's not every day they get the chance to study the wonders of the Ilagan Empire, is it? The technology makes Garlemald look ancient. I appreciate your enthusiasm, lads. I really do. We're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they do not understand. The realm has been dragged into the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We shall not be so irresponsible to risk another. Wait, do you recall our company's creed? Yes, Chief. It's freedom through technology. Exactly, freedom. When we forsook our homeland, we swore that we would have no truck with machines that could be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this. The wonders of the all-knowing Ilagan Empire could not save their civilization, and have damn near doomed us twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower and, if needs be, seal away its secrets. Boobas and dills, yes. A compelling viewpoint. It is unyielding wills such as yours that have defined the course of history. So you return at last. What, pray tell, has kept you so wholly preoccupied that you could not spare a moment to inform me of your progress of preservation? Why, the task you assigned me, of course. Surely you've forgotten, but you have not forgotten about the Ether Sand. I tasked a passing adventurer with delivering it. More capable courier I could not imagine. No! We'll have to see that again. Kid boy. It's everyone's favorite cat boy. Anyway, it's time for the dungeon. The game is coded correctly in such a way that if you accept a duty roulette thing, if you accept a Q-pop like this, while you are in a cutscene, it will not mark that cutscene as completed, and you will be able to watch it again. So, yeah. Fire! 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 Our entire goal is to kill this dragon before it reaches the end of the road. Yes, game does indeed deserve a pat for that. But yeah, that's our entire goal. Kill the big thing before it gets here. If it gets there, we die. And the the thing resets. It has a lot of hit points. And it's just hell-bent on getting there. Where we don't want it to be. You pet it, yes. Ah, the stun, yeah. Great. So I'm not exactly good at defending against these masses of enemies. Because I'm very immobile. And my best target is to just keep casting on the dragon. So that's what I'm gonna do. Because the dragon provides a much bigger target, so it is easier to hit. It will go out of range slower. There is cannons here too, that can be mounted by players and used to shoot at the dragon. But that is not exactly where I want to be. Because I can do more damage on my own. We are going to reach the first barrier. Bishop, that's the name of the dragon, takes, I think, 3 or 4 punches to get through a barrier. It's 3, yeah. And after he does, he will stun us. Which is very annoying. That's a dragon too, not a turtle. See? Dragon. Dragons are very diverse in this game. Is anyone already up there? No. Then I'm gonna do that. So, you usually want a more mobile class to do this, but I'm gonna go up this tower. And atop this tower is a little harpoon. And by little, I mean a very big harpoon. This harpoon is called the Dragon Killer, and it draws this target circle on the ground. If you use it while Bishop is in the target circle, it will hit him and deal a shitload of damage. You can use each of the 3 Dragon Killers once. Inky Dragon Turtle, yes. Like, it deals a good, like, 20% of his health bar. And back in the day, you needed to use them. And the next one has a little curveball attached to it. Because only the first one is a guaranteed hit. To hit the second one, you need to ground him. So he doesn't just fly out of the way. But we won't get there, because our damage is too big. If you see the second Dragon Killer, your party is very slow. Just as a, like, rule of thumb. You moved out of range. Rude. Fuck. And that is that. Done. Big dragon dead. Ta-da! Well, he was gonna break down the defenses and kill everyone in Ishgard. So, difficult choice. But yes, poor dragon. The dragons, they are withdrawing! Victory is ours! Woo! Ishgard yet stands. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. That's Istinian! He's the Azure Dragoon. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lands. Yeet. Dragoons just kind of yeet. Rain, the dragons are routed, lest you wonder. The fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Hello. Commander Leveilleur. Rain, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would say it lavish with you well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. Da, 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 da. I too would offer my thanks, Rain. Though your deeds, we have achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde that's weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with a foreign power. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals. The Ashians, the Empire. But step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you and the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbert back to Uldar and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at our Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfilia in person. Woo! We've done it. 2 more down, now we go. I love the return animation, it's so cool. Generally, the animations in this game are stellar. They look so good. And they sound great too. Like, the sound design is awesome. I haven't been able to show you my favorite sound in the game yet. But yeah. Rain, welcome back. Alfin has sent word of the siege. And of course, the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Rain. Thank you. Woo! You must be wary, Rain, and now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent! Hi, Tataru. A messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Unamo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah, in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege. You for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurous contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such celebration. All 3 refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies to sell swords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek the share in the glory of your triumph? Ah, but mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians, while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for an Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. But we have scarce time to mourn Moonbreeder, and I for one am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasion may bring about momentous change, and this is without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I've never known Tataru to size at such requests. Could aught be amiss? Okay. Is it time? I think it is. I think it's time for the Tataru midlife crisis arc of the storyline. I don't think they removed that. They removed a lot, but I don't think they removed that. Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. Tataru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think of it, she did seem rather preoccupied. But yeah, there's 10 quests that are no longer in the game, or 20, like a few. The post story used to be longer, but they cut a lot of the filler out. I don't think this is one of the things they cut though. Oh, Rain, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why you should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Rain. I'm glad we had this little chat. I didn't say anything. Bye, Tataru. I was silent the entire time. Ha. Okay, let's knock this quest out and then we are done for the day. Whee! Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject with what with all the recent excitement, but Rain made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying in bed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There's in fact something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventures and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into the dangers of battle and deadly predicaments. Even Hori Boulder and Coltonay have been promoted from guard duty to full-on need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself, and others. More importantly, when I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Whoa, hey! That's the first time I've been almost knocked onto the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tartarus so determined. Has aught befell with which I might be help, Antecedent? Not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who is to join us for escort duty was injured while in a patrol. And I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request another adventurer, the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I'm able. My thanks, Antecedent. I take my leave of you. Ooh. She's busy. Pa, pa, pa. Du, 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 du. Okay. But yeah, I will leave it here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 quests left. We have played more than 8 today. We've played... We've played 16 quests today. So I'm very, very confident that we should be able to finish this tomorrow. So that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. This week is just the Final Fantasy Power Week, it seems. But I don't mind, I really like this game. Oh, also, I totally forgot to mention this again. We cleared the raid yesterday. We've done it! We're done! We've managed to clear it before the new one released, at least something. that's been a pain. We've had so many scheduling issues and so many weeks where we just weren't able to raid. We couldn't play for about, I think, 2, maybe even 3 months out of the 8 that the raid has been in the game now. So we lost half the time that we had to play this to just not being able to get together and get into the meat. And also, this is a completely new group. Well, not completely new, but we have only 4 people in it that we have, like, a lot of raiding experience with. One person was in our raid group but then left, so we were out of practice with them. And then 3 people were completely new to the table. And yeah, so we had to kind of get in the groove, like build synergy and all that stuff. And that took a lot of time, but we finally got through everything. And blind too, mind you. We didn't take 8 months to clear raids with guides. We did this all blind, trying to figure out the mechanics ourselves. And build the knowledge and attentiveness to even know how to figure out mechanics. Yeah. Anyhow, this will be the stream for today. We will continue this tomorrow.